Then teach me about bazongas.
I can barely hear you. You have to mean it.
Teach me about bazongas!
It wasn't so long ago that Western Tales fans were getting the shaft, but recent developments indicate Namco Bandai might be changing its tune. The long-awaited Tales of Exilia finally arrives in North America, and its sequel, already released in Japan, is confirmed to be coming stateside sometime in 2014. Now that we're finally getting the first of these anticipated titles, will it be worth the 2-year wait?
It only makes sense for priorities to change. The data is safe, after all.
Exilia has players step into the role of one of 2 lead characters, each with a slightly unique perspective on the way you progress through the game's story. A tale about how spirits and mankind must find a way to coexist peacefully or face dire consequences. Certain events and narrative elements are only experienced by Milla or Jude, letting you get specific insight into the motivations or story secrets, or what have you.
You're not much of a team player.
There's no need to worry that you're missing out on key portions of the game's narrative, though, and with the exception of a few crucial moments, you have the freedom to change between your cast of characters as you please, just like in previous installments. Being able to choose from 2 leads is a nice touch, and could help motivate you to play through the game twice, but the story develops in much the same way regardless.
What do you think you're doing?
Where could it be hiding? That little treasure of yours.
The game's cast is comprised mostly of enjoyable personalities that grow on you as the story progresses, and Exilia's narrative flows well for most of the game. Even so, there are a few twists that will leave your head spinning. It's a story that gets off to a strong start and develops nicely, but just when it feels the game is winding down, you're hit with a major new plot point out of nowhere. Though there's a proper resolution to the main arc that feels satisfying, some elements do feel rushed.
Wahey!
In setting the stage for this latest tale, Exilia forgoes a vast overworld map and instead offers larger, interconnected environments. This gives exploration a more natural, physical feel. Some areas let you climb surfaces, and there are countless items tucked away in treasure chests waiting to be unearthed. But other zones end up feeling mostly flat and devoid of significant geography.
Whoa! Don't go shouting things like that!
Despite regular changes of scenery, there often isn't much else to do in these broader environments than fight monsters, although the loot and raw materials scattered out in the open do help keep you engaged. The game also lets you revisit any previously explored location with a quick and easy warp to cut down on the backtracking.
The big bearded meanie didn't follow us, did he?
It might seem long overdue, but side quests play a more integral role and are now easier than before to undertake, track, and complete. By interacting with certain NPCs, you'll embark on quests that range from typical fetch quests to more significant tasks that reward you with deeper insight into characters and the world around them. The other reward is loot and gold, but experience points are off the table. Instead, the only way to level up is the old-fashioned way through battles.
As expected from the Chimeriad. Can't imagine fighting them all at once.
We'd still win, no matter what!
Previous Tales games are notorious for their challenge, even on easier difficulty settings, but Exilia is a cakewalk for the most part on the normal difficulty. The only real danger comes during boss encounters, which put your skills to the test. But while you need to reload a previous save game if your party falls to a normal group of enemies, you can retry from the beginning of that battle if you wipe during a boss fight. If you want to be truly tested in battle, you might want to turn the difficulty up to hard. The proper tools will ensure you get the job done. Better gear and weapons won't simply appear in shops as you progress through the story. Instead, you have to upgrade your shops by leveling them up. This is accomplished by donating raw materials, gold, or by purchasing inventory. Not only do you unlock new items, but the price of existing wares will decrease. You might think this could break the game. Access to more powerful weapons earlier could make the game too easy, and focusing on just one shop could paint you into a corner. But the flexible system puts the player in control and seems reasonably balanced.
Since we were together constantly, he was able to fill me with loads of mana.
I had no idea you were that kind of man.
Mila, wait!
Whatever you're wearing, you'll regularly have to storm into battles and prove your mettle. Real-time combat is the name of the game for those unfamiliar with Tales' battle system, with your 4 characters squaring off with enemies on a 3-dimensional battlefield. You only control a single character at a time, but you can actively switch between party members to take direct control of their actions. Additionally, you can now swap out any one of your active party members with a reserve mid-battle, giving you even greater strategic flexibility. Strategy is definitely important, and Tales games have always boasted complex customization options for how your AI-controlled party members behave in battle. Exilia is no exception, and in fact, it takes things one step further by introducing a link system that allows you to pair up 2 party members in battle. These choices greatly alter their tactics. Allies can try to flank the enemy you're attacking, cover your back, or provide direct assistance. Changing links in battle is as simple as tapping a button, and links can be just as easily deactivated at any time. This new system is reflective of how Tales battles are some of the most rewarding in any RPG, but the complex set of skills and abilities might overwhelm newcomers. Performing basic combos is fairly simple, but when you start diving into your powerful techniques known as arts, and linking them with other characters' abilities to produce even more ridiculously powerful attacks, things get far more complicated. Thankfully, there are plenty of tutorials that explain everything if you're feeling a bit lost or need a refresher.
What are you so afraid of? We'll just have our military equipped with the same technology.
While the overall game is impressive, it's not without a few flaws. Exilia prides itself on intelligent character AI, but the same can't be said for its enemies. Monsters in the field are quick to react, but their predictable and lethargic movements are easy to exploit. Enemies fare much better once the battle starts, but they usually aren't smart enough to feel truly threatening.
Who's next?
The game's soundtrack and voice work is mostly superb despite a few odd audio mixing issues, where voices or music sound too quiet, even with the in-game volume cranked all the way up. The subtitle option also seems to have slipped through the QA cracks, appearing during some lines of dialogue but not others, popping up occasionally even if you've purposely turned them off.
Oh, whoa. Massages are not bad at all.
I know, right?
What is going on with these two?
Much like its predecessors before it, Exilia dons gorgeous visuals that breathe life into its anime-influenced aesthetic. However, the game suffers from some ridiculous pop-up issues. You can walk into a town that initially appears devoid of human life, only to see NPCs and environmental objects begin to appear one by one over the next several seconds. The problem occurs so frequently that it's hard to ignore, taking you out of the otherwise extremely well-realized world.
Do you just want to hear me say it? Is that what you're into?
Someone tell me what is going on with these spirits.
Despite its minor aesthetic problems and the need to tread across boring expanses to reach the truly interesting moments, Tales of Exilia is an enjoyable RPG experience. It's a vast improvement over its predecessor, Tales of Graces, but it doesn't quite surpass the excellence found in Tales of Vesperia. Though it's clear the franchise is undergoing a few growing pains as it aspires to shed some of its archaic elements, Tales of Exilia is a wonderful RPG with great writing and an amazing battle system. The future of Tales is looking bright indeed.
I am proud of the path I have chosen.
Tales of Zestiria doesn't make the best first impression. It starts slow with few options available during combat and a cliche premise. An unlikely hero must band together with his motley crew of friends to save the world. Just when you're about to write the game off, though, things start getting better. Battles become more involved, and the characters open up in interesting ways. By the end, we no longer trudged along, but instead found ourselves eagerly curious to see it all wrap up. Returning Tales to its high fantasy roots, Zestiria is inhabited by humans, the angel-like seraphim, and monsters known as hellions. Humans worship the seraphim, and in turn, seraphim bless the land. An evil force known as malevolence corrupts human and seraphim alike, turning them into hellions. Saray, a young man raised in a seraphim village, takes on the mantle of the shepherd, essentially a blessed warrior tasked with purifying the malevolence. All the while, two powerful kingdoms, Highland and Rollins, are on the brink of war. You get to see how the malevolence and conflict hurt people on all sides, from humble village folk to citizens of giant cities. As the group travels from place to place, learning more about the world around them, they reflect and change as well.
Our tales tell that one of those dragons still remains in Rayfolk's Spirit Crest.
But the Celestial Record doesn't mention anything like that.
The problem is that, especially early on, Zestiria seems intent on halting its own momentum. There are so many instances when the dialogue amounts to little more than overly elaborate exposition. There's a lot going on in Zestiria, and it's clear the game doesn't want to confuse players, but that's no excuse for certain conversations to be so sterile.
But
It'll be fine. Lila's never heard of that legend either.
Yet the lively and occasionally very humorous main characters keep you moving forward. Lila is the type of person who just can't be kept down, letting loose puns whenever she can. Edna is the exact opposite. A constant cynic, she has no problem insulting others in the most deadpan of voices. The strongest member of the cast is Rose, who's just as much of a hero as Saray. Her confidence inspires others, and she's willing to get her hands dirty if it's for the greater good. Yet even in the worst situations, she puts on a smile. Throughout the 40-hour journey, the characters go through a lot together, suffering loss, self-doubt, and betrayal. The most emotional moments resonate because there's an appropriate amount of build-up beforehand, saving what would otherwise be another rote fantasy tale.
Absolutely! With all four of us wearing it at once, we'll activate a cute union bonus for extra cuteness!
Tales is often praised for its various battle systems, and Zestiria offers its own take on the series' real-time combat. Every character has access to different types of abilities known as arts, and certain arts trump others, creating a sort of rock, paper, scissors dynamic. Over time, it's important to know how arts chain together to create the most damaging combos. Additionally, many enemies are weak to certain elements, and exploiting those weaknesses is the quickest path to victory. The biggest aspect of combat is the new aromatization feature. Human characters can merge with Seraphim, combining into more powerful entities with their own elemental slants and unique movesets. While aromatization can definitely give an edge during battle, it also presents a significant risk. If killed, both characters are out of the fight instead of just one. However, aromatization can also be used for recovery. If a human character is dead but a Seraphim is alive, aromatization actually revives the human, preserving precious revival items. There's enough to consider during combat to keep it from becoming tedious. Zestiria is one of those games where putting in additional effort continually results in discovering more efficient ways to fight.
Too easy.
What's far less successful are the equipment and skill systems. Each piece of gear has one or more skills attached to it, providing buffs like improved defense, better recovery, and so on. These skills can be combined in several different ways for powerful benefits. Equipment of the same name can also be fused to make something even greater. The idea is that you shouldn't wear, buy, or sell gear solely based on its stats, since skills can often make up for certain deficiencies.
Yes, that's 1000% correct.
While it's admirable that Zestiria is trying to offer more depth than what's typically seen, the whole thing ends up being rather cumbersome. Constantly checking which gear has what skills and how all of the different pieces work in unison takes far too long. It would be fine if gear was acquired at a moderate pace, but you're always picking up new equipment, and therefore spending quite a bit of time tinkering in menus. Dealing with so much minutia saps any excitement away from wielding a new sword or putting on new armor.
It's no good. There's not even a keyhole.
Other issues are not necessarily ruinous on their own, but become frustrating when added together. Environments are impressively big, but are rather bland and empty, making exploration less thrilling than it could be. When you're indoors, the camera does a terrible job of keeping track of the action. There are times when the game will give you nothing but vague hints on how to proceed, leading to aimless wandering. It doesn't help that fast travel is frequently limited for seemingly no reason at all, so you'll often teleport to a nearby location rather than the place you actually want to go to. Zestiria is also guilty of padding, with the worst example being a tiring collectathon at the very end.
I suppose this hellion must be the source.
Lucky for you, it isn't a ghost, Nick Leo.
I told you it's not like that. Save it for later.
Yet when the credits rolled, we didn't feel relief, but rather disappointment that the adventure was over. There's a lot to criticize in Tales of Zestiria, but the combat and characters make it enjoyable regardless. Like many good role-playing games, it's easy to get lost in, whether that means fine-tuning your strategies or watching the various character arcs unfold. At its best, Zestiria reminds us that the Tales series still has life left in it.
Charge! Show them what we're made of!
Twisted Metal and its imitators flourished in the 90s, but the genre has gone without a big release for more than a decade. Now Twisted Metal is coming out of the garage, but does this tune-up prove the series still has mileage, or should it have been left to the scrap heap?
You can't hide from me, little girl. You can't hide from Daddy.
The story is classic Twisted Metal. Calypso is holding contests of vehicular manslaughter, and the winners will have their wishes granted, although the result is never quite what they expect. Following the tales of three murderous characters, Sweet Tooth, Mr. Grimm, and Dollface, each story is told in a distinct pulp horror style with live actors placed in CG backgrounds. Reminiscent of the early days of full-motion video, the situations veer from disturbing to utterly ridiculous. It's entertaining, but each new character is less interesting than the last.
We shall tear down your tower of sin!
I've put in some new features since the last contestants fought here.
Twisted Metal's story can be played alone or with a friend in split screen, taking you through 18 total scenarios. In addition to standard battles, you'll have to wreck Juggernaut semis that regularly spawn enemies and compete in battle races that require you to take first or die. There are also massive boss fights as well as cage matches that do a great job of keeping the fight close while giving you guided tours of specific levels. You can also set up custom single-player challenges against bots, ranging from one-on-one battles to endurance matches with endless waves of opponents.
You're about to die. Find health.
Multiplayer modes are kept simple, with free-for-all or team variants of Deathmatch, Last Man Standing, and Hunted, which has you scoring only if you kill the target player or get kills as the hunted. Then there's Nuke, which has you snatching and sacrificing a character from the opposing team in order to launch a guided missile to destroy a monument belonging to the opposition. You can mix things up with different scoring methods, but it's disappointing that you can't challenge friends to the cage matches and battle races from the single-player game.
The cage is about to move.
Twisted Metal doesn't forget its roots, doing 4-player split screen right. It isn't a strain to see what's going on, and the fast-paced carnage is perfect for getting together a group of screaming friends. To keep things manageable, split screen is limited to smaller maps, but you can set up insane matches with options like unlimited weapons. The lack of variety in Twisted Metal's modes is balanced out by the breadth of its maps. All 8 locations are enormous, but you can also choose smaller sections like a football stadium, movie theater, or haunted house. With all the destructible walls opening the way to building interiors, there are all sorts of hidden spots to discover. The Christmas-themed Metro City lets you slide across ice skating rinks, demolish museums, and follow rail lines that go above and below the streets. Not all the maps are winners, though, as jumping across rooftops and skyline all too often results in falling to your doom, and sometimes you'll even respawn in midair. Likewise, there's lots of room to experiment with about 16 available vehicles. Weight is the biggest distinguishing factor, and there's no denying that heavy semis benefit greatly from added armor and ramming power, especially when going head-on with a motorcycle. Mid-grade cars balance agility and defense, while Sweet Tooth and the Talon helicopter both let you take to the sky, but require mastering a different set of controls.
You have won the battle.
I wanted lava pits since the start. I was always just too busy to get it done.
Twisted Metal's default control scheme is completely overloaded with functionality, using even a 6-axis shake for extra boost. When you first start, you'll inevitably forget how to do something as simple as jumping, and you'll likely leave something out when explaining it to friends. It works well once you grow into it, but there's certainly room to make things simpler. Even on the normal setting, expect a tough road if you go through the story alone. And just about every event, you have to take down all opponents or be the first to the finish line. And the AI drivers don't really care about winning as much as making sure you lose. This is particularly noticeable in the races when a truck will smash into the wall to block you, or a driver will scoop you up with his magnet, turn around as other cars pass, and shoot you down the hill. The retry screen will be a familiar sight, but the stiff challenge pushes you to make the most of your tools, and balances out with some really fun scenarios.
If they kill you, next year, one of them gets to enter my contest.
At times, there's an essence of dogfighting as you go in for a target, then retreat to gather health and ammo. If you destroy an opponent, you can run over the fleeing driver and gunner for health and weapons, and one map lets you use spectators for the same purpose.
Point blank.
There's a wide range of weapons to take advantage of. Several types of rockets can be charged up, sticky bombs have to cook to be most effective, and a sniper rifle can kill with a single shot if you can keep an enemy in your sights for 20 seconds. Smart use of the freeze ray can leave an opponent open for a critical blow, and you'll find yourself victimized by it frequently. In addition to the standard weapons, each vehicle has 2 regenerating specials that are just as important as the vehicle's handling. The meat wagon can send out a gurney bomb, the tow truck tosses cabs at enemies, and the dark side semi can blast targets with a massive turret. Mastering these weapons makes them all the more satisfying, and you'll soon find favorites to use against your hapless prey.
She was delightful.
There's a lot of creativity in Twisted Metal's environments as you drive across a roller coaster or smash up a department store with gifts piled high. The overall look of the game, though, can be rather underwhelming, with muddy textures that, among other things, make it hard to determine which walls can be broken and which are rock solid. The camera can also get a little awkward from time to time, showing you a victory scene through the backside of a wall or getting stuck completely under the road. The soundtrack complements the chaos of a dark carnival with a distinctive title theme and licensed music consisting mostly of hard rock and classic rock, with an occasional touch of rap and electronica.
Crazy for thinking
going to finish what I started.
Like an old muscle car, Twisted Metal can be a bit rough around the edges, but once you get the engine warmed up, you can get a lot out of it. The more you invest, the more it gives, providing a fulfilling sense of mayhem, whether you're playing online or with friends at home.
If you survive, I'd really love to hear what you think of the changes. I'm so close to it, I don't know if it's even good anymore.
Mario's frequently flatulent alter ego makes his Wii U debut in yet another quirky collection of minigames, this time bringing the system's touchscreen gamepad to center stage. While prior Wario-branded collections typically packed a multitude of bite-sized games, Game & Wario requires a slightly longer attention span, offering up just over a dozen games that strive for a bit more depth and complexity. The end result is a few shining moments of brilliance in a collection that otherwise barely feels par for the course. Drawn by the allure of potential profits, Wario decides to try his hand at making the best video game ever. That's as far as the silly, self-referential plot goes, setting up a loose context for a grab bag of minigames that have you run the gamut of tilt, tap, and wipe controls to accomplish the goals. A lot of it feels like business as usual for the mustachioed mad mogul, but the highlights of Game & Wario are the few games that make imaginative use of the new hardware. One memorable challenge puts you in the shoes of a journalist voyeuristically snapping photos of specific targets in a bustling city street or a crowded theatrical show. The busy environments display on your television while the gamepad shows the view through your camera, and you'll have to physically pan the gamepad around to take your snapshots. It works surprisingly well, and glancing between both screens feels surprisingly natural. The best game of the entire collection throws players into the relatable scenario of sneaking in some late-night gaming goodness while hiding from the disapproving gaze of a parental enforcer. Your bedroom's layout is shown on the television while the gamepad literally has you playing a downsized version of WarioWare, adding a thick layer of tension to the already frantic nature of the game. It does an exemplary job balancing your attention between screens, a feat that is unfortunately rarely replicated in the rest of the games. In fact, some challenges really underutilize the hardware and truly feel out of place, including a puzzle game that's reminiscent of something you'd play for free in a browser or mobile app. Other games simply mirror the game to both screens, abandoning the advantage of having the dual screens together and adding little value to the collection as a whole. The multiplayer modes aren't much to scream about either, since they're limited to a separate and much smaller set of games, such as a Guess the Drawing game similar to Pictionary. Rather than letting everyone play at once, most group activities require players to pass around the gamepad and take turns. It's a shame and a little baffling since Nintendo Land demonstrated the Wii U's potential for minigame multiplayer fun by allowing up to 5 simultaneous players the day the system was available. Game & Wario could come as a disappointment if you're accustomed to excellent past collections that bear the Wario moniker. While there may be a few glimpses of really clever ideas, they're overshadowed by the amount of uninspired games that don't lend themselves well to the hardware. Sorry, Wario. Guess you'll have to look for future funding through another crowdfarter. Nintendo is no stranger to allowing other developers to work on its properties. Zelda, Mario, and Metroid games have all been crafted by outside creatives in the past. Fans freaked when fledgling developer Retro announced it was working on Metroid Prime, yet it shocked with its quality and adherence to franchise staples. And now Team Ninja is hoping to have similar results with the 2D, 3D hybrid Metroid Other M. Can the minds behind Ninja Gaiden deliver?
Come on, Samus. Let's go next door.
I laid Mother Brain to waste, and the explosion that followed destroyed planet Zebes, along with the remains of Mother Brain, the space pirates, and my long-standing nemesis, Ridley.
Up until this point, the Metroid story has been kept pretty simple, and series heroine Samus Aran has uttered little more than a grunt. All that changes with Other M. Not only does Samus talk, she tends to blather on, using far too many words to describe the obvious.
The word he so obviously chose. Outsider.
The story picks up right after Super Metroid. Having destroyed Mother Brain and wiping Metroids from the galaxy, she responds to a distress call from a wayward space station, only to find the Galactic Federation and her former commander already on the scene. What follows is a ham-fisted story and wordy script that explores the relationship between master and servant.
While I was young and inexperienced, I left Adam's command and set out on my path as a solitary bounty hunter.
Many holes are filled in the series canon, but it comes at a price. If Other M has its say, Samus is nowhere near as interesting as initially perceived. Bioweapons, betrayal, and all the other tropes that permeate the genre are represented, and they're undermined by writing that appears to be lost in translation.
It touched me on some level that Adam would acknowledge that past by calling me something delicate, like lady.
At least the plot twists aren't obvious, and fans will lap up each one of the lavishly produced CG sequences.
Days went by in their quiet way, and people's recollections of Metroids and space pirates grew nebulous over time.
As far as game design goes, Other M is basically a carbon copy of prior Metroids. The space station is one huge spaghetti pile of tunnels, corridors, and wide open spaces. As Samus receives new weapons and abilities, new areas become accessible. There is still a great deal of backtracking to be done. In classic Metroid style, most of Samus's powers are taken away at the beginning of the game, and you have to reclaim them.
You don't move unless I say so, and you don't fire until I say so.
The reasoning here actually makes more sense than in past games, and by the time the credits roll, you'll have upgraded your basic beam several times, and will have all her patented powers in tow. Health is set up differently in that it can only be replenished at save stations unless the bounty hunter is near death. At this point, players can point the Wii Remote at the ceiling and hold the A button to replenish a small part of it. Trying to recharge health with enemies lurking can be intense, but you'll also find yourself gaming the system by intentionally taking damage to get below the threshold to replenish. You'll also have an endless supply of missiles that are reloaded using the same technique. The campaign is not especially long and falls well short of the Prime games. Most will finish in well under 10 hours, and the theater and gallery options that unlock upon completion don't provide a lot of incentive to return.
None of the baby remained on me. I knew it to be true, but still couldn't help looking at my palm for a sign.
The design of Metroid Other M sticks to the tried and true, while simplifying the level design and how weapons are handled. You'll spend a lot less time wondering what to do or where to go than you did with the Prime series, while collecting missiles and health are not missed. Metroid Prime shocked with its first-person adventure gameplay, and Other M has a similar take on perspectives. Using just one Wii Remote, you have the option to go into first-person view at any time simply by pointing the remote at the screen. Otherwise, you play the game with the remote sideways. The transition from side-scrolling to the in-helmet view is as smooth as butter, but you can't move when looking through Samus's eyes. It makes the perspective practically unplayable in heavy combat situations, and basically relegates it to long-range room clearing and examining the environment. Scanning and logging what you see has been completely removed, but there are still plenty of hidden passageways to find missile, health, and recharge upgrades that you simply won't see unless you go into first person. There are also some sections of the game where you're forced into the view and aren't allowed to move on until you discover some investigative clue in the environment. It makes sense in theory, but it slows things down. Other M would be a better game without them.
My response was to become increasingly bitter.
With just one Wii Remote and limited buttons to work with, it only makes sense that things are simplified. The gameplay really hasn't suffered much for it. Things primarily go down on a 2D plane, which is a good thing because the only control you have for movement is the D-pad. It works great when going sideways or into the screen, but when you need to actually judge depth on some jumps or make fine adjustments, the lack of precision becomes a problem. Exactly where you can jump can also be confusing, thanks to a ton of invisible walls. That aside, the controls work great. Jump response is on point, first-person aiming is smooth and quick, and the game does an incredible job of dynamically shifting the camera to show you exactly what you need to see. This, in conjunction with the first-person option, ensures that you never feel the need to manually adjust it. Coming from the team that makes Ninja Gaiden, this is a big deal. Puzzles are few and far between, with most of the head-scratching coming in the form of trying to figure out where to go and how to get there. For longtime Metroid fans, the difficulty curve is just about perfect. There are a few bottlenecks to overcome with some boss fights, but it's almost always less about manual dexterity and more about finding the combination of attacks that works. Third-person shooting is almost too easy thanks to a generous auto-aim, making hallway fodder more of a nuisance than a challenge. Frequent save stations and checkpoints soften the blow even further. While Samus is tackling this mission along with a group of Galactic Federation soldiers, this is not a squad-based game. You rarely fight alongside them, leaving Samus to handle most of the heavy lifting. Ironically, being able to see Samus for most of the game goes a long way towards putting you behind the visor.
Leave the rest to me.
Metroid Other M's gameplay is a nice compromise between satisfying fans and opening up the series to a wider audience. The simplifications don't sacrifice much. The Morph Ball and her ship definitely take a back seat here, but it's to the benefit of the action. Other M is one sharp-looking game, particularly when viewed from the side angle. Though the geometry can come off as a bit simple in first person, the overall look is unique with vivid colors and smooth textures. Special effects abound, yet the engine only buckles in a couple fleeting moments. Attacks pack the appropriate visual punch, and the auto-aim in third person allows for some truly cinematic combat sequences. Though a few areas can be a bit garish, it's one of the better-looking Wii games on the market. A lot of time and money has obviously gone into the elaborate CG sequences. Their visual clarity is outstanding, and yet they fill the entire screen, avoiding the nasty black bars found in a lot of games for the platform. They've also been created rather intelligently so that the transition from pre-recorded footage to in-engine visuals is never startling.
No objections, of course.
If only the script were as strong.
If something like that happened again, I would hold fast to that glimmer of hope and try for redemption.
Load times are minimal, but you'll pause at some doors as the next section is built. The music toes the line with remixes of classic Metroid tunes, while stings, stabs, and bass hits accentuate the atmosphere. Metroid Other M is a successful experiment in shifting perspectives and reimagining how an old franchise can play. Just like the Prime trilogy, it manages to skirt the line between satisfying its fanbase and providing something unique. The decision to give Samus a voice is sure to be controversial thanks to the ho-hum script, and this, coupled with a plethora of side characters, clamps down on the feeling of isolation. Even so, it's a solid game, from top to bottom, that rolls the dice several times without them ever coming up snake eyes.
Mother, time to go.
Red Riding Hood's got a basket full of kick-ass!
Welcome to Neo Paris, where classical art and architecture contrast with holographic advertisements and robotic valets bask in electric light. The city is governed by a comically nefarious surveillance state that manipulates and deceives its populace with a network cheekily labeled Platy News. The thought-controlled citizenry are too dim to realize that a super prison called La Bastille might be some sort of monument of oppression they should consider storming and burning to the ground. Instead, they're content to download the memories of others, shop for laser-edge couture, and lust after expressionless, hard plastic robots.
Well, B! Edge did it! Come here, sweetheart!
Then there's the rapidly growing underclass of memory junkies whose brains are so warped by memory writes and rewrites that they've somehow transformed into golem-like mutants that can turn invisible and cling to walls. It's fascinating and it's ridiculous, and it makes an interesting setting for a video game. You play as an amnesiac memory hunter named Nilin, who treats the insanity of the world around her with unwavering seriousness. You'll work to bring down this futuristic dystopian government by leaping across rooftops, sneaking through office buildings, punching out police, and in the game's best moments, rewriting memories. The process known as the Memory Remix is without a doubt the thing that will stick with you should you decide to play Remember Me. You view a scene as a detached observer, first watching what happens and then scrubbing back and forth through time by spinning the analog stick, searching for opportunities to screw with the subject's mind. You're effectively flipping switches at set points. Do you move the table or not move the table? But it's still interesting and rewarding to play the poltergeist, figuring out how each variation alters the scene while trying to predict how the elements might come together.
What are you gonna do? Shoot me?
The puzzling stops short of the brilliance displayed in Capcom's mechanically similar Ghost Trick, but you're likely to find yourself anticipating the next opportunity to dive into a brain and start poking as you progress through the game. Sadly, you'll soon face the revelation that the skulls cracked to brains hacked ratio is hopelessly skewed in favor of problematic, repetitive brawling. Remember Me's frequent battles have you rhythmically tapping out attacks and dodging whenever an enemy is about to strike. The game riffs on the timing-focused combat popularized by Batman Arkham Asylum, successful at differentiating itself through a limited customization element, but unable to achieve more than superficial depth. You'll create custom combos by placing beautifully animated punches and kicks into linear strings, each strike color-coded to indicate increased damage, health regeneration, or sped-up access to special abilities. It adds a minor strategic angle and is fun to play around with, but in the end, there's very little functional difference between a red X and a purple Y. No attack is inherently faster or more effective than another, and since the timing for every combo is the same no matter which attacks you swap in and out, it rarely feels like you're doing anything different from fight to fight, regardless of your setup. Enemies tend to clump up around you, and it can be difficult to make Nilin swing at one specific opponent. Even though you eventually gain a gauntlet that blasts single targets away, you'll still spend a lot of time running around, waiting for an enemy to break from the pack so you can beat them up and build focus. Focus can be spent to power special attacks that stick a target with the crowd-wrecking logic bomb or hack a robot to attack its allies, techniques that are crucial to prevailing in encounters with tougher groups of enemies. As you draw closer to the game's finale, Nilin gains more of these special techniques, making fighting a bit more interesting. You'll have the chance to dive into another memory remix after a long drought, a pair of late-game plot twists comes off successfully despite the silliness of the overall plot, and the game barely recovers from a bad case of mid-game slump during the final hours of its roughly 8-hour playtime. The inability of Remember Me to maintain momentum and hold the player's interest is the most obvious symptom that the game can't quite clear the high bar it sets for itself. There are numerous minor issues and inconsistencies along the way holding it back. Nilin's movements can be convincing and natural, but you'll feel a slight delay when you nudge the analog stick, which can make sneaking around drones or leaping across gaps feel awkward. In a fight, delivering a knockout blow can actually feel disappointing. It cancels your current combo, it can easily trip up your timing by starting a new combo on a new enemy. Because you earn bonus points for landing 6 or more consecutive hits, and those points can buy new attacks, efficiently defeating enemies can feel counterintuitive, and you may even find yourself constructing low-damage combos, pursuing the bizarre goal of hitting your enemies more softly in order to maximize your points. The game also contains a few rookie design mistakes. There's no way to disable frequently appearing help text, for example. Nilin has special animations for punching and kicking outside of a fight, but nothing in the world responds, so her vestigial high kicks only serve to make the game look silly. It's also embarrassing for a game called Remember Me to end up wasting the player's time out of forgetfulness. If you're knocked out or fall off a ledge before you hit a checkpoint, everything you did in the interim will be wiped. Maybe you've just spent several minutes in the combo lab to ensure you can gain life during your next go at a particularly tough scrap. If you lose again, Nilin will not remember your combos. This isn't just inconvenient, it further harms the game's lagging pace.
There's a storm brewing, sweetheart. You don't let it swallow you up!
Troubled though it may be, Remember Me puts forth an admirable broad effort at creating an action-adventure, taking a crack at every convention in the book. Included are big fights against supersized goons and robots, to extended environmental puzzles, solving spoken riddles to unlock doors, and follow the leader sequences the game calls Remembrains. And it bears repeating that memory remixes, though underdeveloped and underutilized, really are a great idea that feels wickedly empowering.
I need healthy specimens, not trauma victims!
Yeah, whatever. Just fill out a damn form.
There's a lot crammed in, but there's also a lot to forgive. You're also facing a predilection for cheesy puns. Are leapers meant to be the futuristic equivalent of lepers? And some of the vocal performances and dialogue sound downright embarrassing. Just as Remember You Soon feels like the most contrived parting expression since Smell You Later.
I gotta get going. I think I've been made. Remember You Soon.
Remember Me isn't quite up to par in terms of craft. But whatever you might say about it, this curious and ambitious game certainly isn't without personality or interest. It's up to you to decide if your mind has room to hold such a curious oddity.
Don't kill her! I want to taste her mind!
Far Cry 4 was one of the dominant shooters of 2014, and it was GT's Shooter of the Year. We've been given various add-ons to the core campaign like weapons, missions, and modes, but Valley of the Yetis is the first expansion to enter completely new territory. In the new chapters, series star AJ Gale heads to even higher altitudes in search of a lost relic protected by legendary monsters. There's some bits of treasure scattered about, but this new excursion still feels like more of the same. Soon after you reach the valley, you discover a relay station that can be captured with minimal effort. Once it's under your control, you have to defend it against attacks from an indigenous cult to then unlock missions in the campaign. Permanent defenses like barriers and mounted weapons can be purchased, and a few can be acquired for free after completing quests like stealing and delivering enemy vehicles. Valley of the Yetis is a lightning round of Far Cry 4's progression system. Everything advances at a faster rate. You can pick up new weapons right off the map instead of unlocking them by liberating radio towers. Animal skin needed to upgrade item storage is found in specific chests instead of on each individual animal, with a few exceptions that can survive in the colder climate. The map feels smaller than the first half of Far Cry 4. Snowmobiles are added to the garage, and though Jeeps are not emphasized as much as before, it never takes too long to get anywhere. Depending on your investment in the central campaign of Far Cry 4, it's not that exciting leveling your skills and weapons all over again. You can't take anything into the mode from the campaign or bring anything back. We can understand losing your arsenal, but it's never explained how or why AJ forgets all of his skills. Thankfully, you unlock a gyrocopter when all of the campaign missions are completed, in case there were some hard-to-reach items on the map that you missed. The biggest visual difference in this corner of Karat is the abundance of snow and ice. Almost all of the water is frozen over, and there are a few spots where you can jump your newly acquired snowmobile when cruising around. A later section reintroduces oxygen pickups to survive at high altitudes, but the frigid landscape just feels like the old map with a white blanket thrown over it. Then there's the issue of the titular behemoths that roam the land. The expansion does a good job of easing you into their existence, forcing you to evade them without the proper equipment. But after you encounter them a few times out in the open, they become a nuisance rather than something to fear. It's not that difficult to dodge their ranged attacks and pick a safe spot to deal damage from. One area kept infinitely spawning them, making their mystique evaporate. The greatest disappointment is the lack of storytelling and new characters. There are cultists prepared to attack on sight, and unlike the central campaign of Far Cry 4, there are no citizens to avoid or karma to keep track of outside of a handful of wandering merchants. But anyone that tells you what's going on in the world only speaks through a radio. The cult has a maniacal leader that you never confront in person, and you only have a patchy line of communication with the Golden Path. The ending is also painfully abrupt, good for a laugh instead of a moment of calm reflection. The best thing Valley of the Yetis has going for it is the inherent fun that comes from using Far Cry 4's skills, weapons, and vehicles. Everything else feels wasted. The station defense battles are spectacles, but not that challenging. The Yetis are intimidating, but don't stay scary for long. With no legitimate lead into or out of the story, it's hard to take any of it seriously. It's definitely the biggest chunk of extra content to come out of the game, but not the best.
Did you enjoy my little rescue party last night?
Yeah, real blast.
Until we understand what we're dealing with.
They are taken.
Eris, get your rock off my map.
A year after launch, Destiny still remains a polarizing game. After completing the core missions and strikes, casual players hit a wall in character progression and quickly abandoned the repetitive grind, while hardcore loyalists stayed with their friends and pre-existing clans. 2 DLC packs, the House of Wolves and the Dark Below, added additional maps and missions, and a new hub area to give invested players something new to do. However, there was little incentive for retired Guardians to make a comeback. As a self-proclaimed soft reboot, is the Taken King a good enough reason to revisit the tower? Or has Destiny run its course?
Hey, I got a pool running on what sort of crazy you'll kill next.
A slew of changes have already taken effect from patch 2.0. The light system has been completely revamped. Light level is now directly tied to weapon and armor power, while your player level increases by killing enemies and completing quests. It might not seem like a drastic change, and the focus has always been about finding better items, but your efforts are now constantly rewarded. No more hoping for that one piece of equipment you need to raise your light level. There's also a new quest system that introduces context to each objective. Nolan North replaces Peter Dinklage as Ghost and does a commendable job of explaining different parts of Destiny's world. Although the nature of Ghost's robotic delivery still makes it hard to get invested, the quest system is a welcome addition that helps give a motive to your missions. It isn't simply about getting from point A to point B to kill a gang of aliens. Characters seem invested in the world around them, whether they send you to recover a lost relic or loved one.
I'm detecting a series of concentric barriers around the bridge site.
The story involves Oryx, father of Crota, who many Guardians have previously faced. Oryx has come to exact his revenge after the death of his son, which helps emphasize a personal investment for the player, especially for those who completed Crota's end. While Oryx's dialogue and interaction is minimal, it's the first time we've actually cared about a villain in Destiny. He has a massive impact on Destiny's universe, as tons of different characters come together to face him.
So is the Cosmodrome as nasty as they say?
The core campaign missions are the best Destiny has offered thus far. The fact that Oryx is a villain worth caring about raises the stakes and makes objectives more meaningful. While the missions are not as advanced as strikes, they do feature interesting mechanics and engaging boss battles. For example, the Taken can multiply, forcing the player to kill them quickly or risk getting overwhelmed. Cutscenes between missions and a great performance from Nathan Fillion make the entire experience brisk and cohesive. It has a comedic energy and clear goals that help you work toward the main goal. Once the main set is complete, there are tons of post-game missions. They range from finding things on specific planets to killing raid bosses. By having multiple ways to obtain gear outside of the Strike playlist, the Taken King helps alleviate the post-game grind considerably. There are 3 new subclasses available. Each offers diverse playstyles that were previously absent. Titans gain access to the solar-based Sunbreaker, which turns them into an inferno capable of throwing hammers great distances. While Titans were previously frontline fighters, this newfound range ensures they can pick off enemies from afar, and it's satisfying when enemies group together and explode in a ball of flame. Hunters have a new void-based class called Night Stalker. When fully charged, they can unleash a bow and arrow attack that creates a swirling void ball that latches onto enemies within range, slowing their movement. While the enemies can shoot the ball to disengage, they're usually dead before they have a chance. The Hunters' core abilities have focused on solo play, but this focus on support changes how they help their entire team. Finally, Warlocks have the arc-based Stormcaller. Once their super meter is charged, they can send out a devastating lightning attack. The short range of its effectiveness forces Warlocks to get up close and personal. All this presents new and diverse ways to play Destiny. The synergy between classes is amplified by allotting a different element to each subclass that helps highlight teamwork and emphasize knowing when to use each super move. In strikes, when enemies have different weaknesses, it's up to the team to rotate their super moves accordingly. The thrill of a hunter locking down enemies with a bow as a titan rains down a hammering death is exhilarating. There are 4 brand new strikes, while 3 older strikes have been tweaked to include the new Taken enemies. These are clearly made for veteran players, as they are slightly more difficult than previous strikes. One boss fight that stands out takes place in total darkness, similar to Crota's End, and sticking together as a team can be hard. Even if you have a game plan, the hectic circumstances will force you to improvise. Another strike has one player carrying a ball of light to a specific location in order to progress, while his teammates must protect him. Altogether, these new strikes in the Taken King are easily the most enjoyable in Destiny so far. The new Dreadnought Patrol Zone offers additional ways to hunt for gear and is filled with hidden passages, treasure chests, and even boss fights. Finding runes and fulfilling certain requirements unlocks dynamic battles that support up to 6 players. These fights get progressively tougher and are always thrilling, especially when a random group of Guardians joins the fray. Getting lost and searching for secrets on this massive warship is energizing compared to grinding the Strike playlist in vanilla Destiny, and another option for post-game content. Crucible offers 8 new maps and 2 new game modes. The maps are in line with the previous batch, albeit with some new scenery. However, the new modes are incredibly fun. Rift tasks players with capturing a ball of light and slamming it into the opposing base. It places the focus on teamwork and dividing roles as attackers and defenders. Plus, the new subclasses complement the mode as well. The other new mode, Mayhem, recharges super moves much faster than normal and plays out as frantically as the mode's title suggests.
Some creatures of the Hive strain against the will of Horus. Alakul, the Darkblade, is one such.
It's evident Bungie has been listening to fan feedback this last year and has worked hard to reinvent Destiny. The story is presented better than ever, the new subclasses offer different playstyles and draw players together, and the grind is alleviated thanks to a plethora of post-game missions and the Dreadnought Patrol Zone. We haven't played the raid and are choosing to judge Destiny on the content that will be delivered to players on day 1, but we have incredibly high hopes given everything we've seen so far. If you are a new, returning, or current player in Destiny, the Taken King is absolutely worth checking out.
Did you see that? I think that patch of chitin just blinked at me.
A lot has happened in the world of first-person shooters since the last Rainbow Six was released. 9 Call of Duties, 5 Battlefields, and plenty more have created a vastly different landscape than the one the series left behind in 2008. 7 years later, does Rainbow Six Siege bring the once-acclaimed tactical franchise back to the top? Matches play out in an intimate 5 versus 5 setting. Previous Rainbow games had deep pre-mission planning with the option to dictate routes and time-coordinated attacks with your squad. This has been stripped away in favor of piloting remote-controlled drones before each match. Their usefulness varies across each of the 3 game modes. Using drones to find the locations of bombs and hostages is crucial for victory, but since you're only able to tag the last known location of enemies, they're nearly useless in team deathmatch. As for planning coordinated attacks, the results vary considerably. Siege is so dependent on teamwork that it works both in its favor and against it. The game is at its best with a team of dedicated friends planning breaches and picking operators that synergize well with one another. Joining games alone is unpredictable, as others don't always take the time to coordinate or cooperate with teammates. Ranked multiplayer remedies the situation somewhat, but it can still be troublesome to plan attacks with strangers. Before you're allowed to play ranked multiplayer, your profile has to be rank 25. While this may seem extreme, Rainbow Six Siege is complicated and uncompromising. This ensures that by the time players group into ranked play, they are prepared for anything. Still, slogging through casual mode seems unnecessary for truly dedicated players looking to work as a team. When you manage to party up with a group of like-minded individuals, Siege's tactical brilliance shines through. Surfaces can be breached with explosives or gunfire, opening up new lines of sight and additional ways to infiltrate fortified positions. Timing a forced entry with explosive charges from the windows, walls, and ceilings is a unique tactic missing from other shooters. The ability to breach rooms from nearly any angle forces players to approach each encounter differently. It's not about running in guns blazing. While the tactical possibilities across the 11 maps are certainly not endless, there's enough room for creativity to force the defending team to stay vigilant. While on defense, boarding up structural liabilities with barricades and booby traps while waiting for the enemy team to attack is incredibly tense. The sound of walls breaking, shuffling footsteps, and sporadic gunfire creates an atmosphere of dread and vulnerability that helps emphasize the value of each life in meaningful ways. There are a total of 20 operators at launch, 10 attackers and 10 defenders. There can only be one of each kind per match, each with their own unique set of weapons, gadgets, and personalities. Sledge comes equipped with a sledgehammer that can breach most surfaces in one hit, while Thatcher has an EMP grenade that can disable traps. Thermite's thermal breach charge can destroy reinforced walls, while the brute Tachanka can lay down a mounted turret. Each character feels viable, and once you unlock them, a cutscene helps establish their personalities.
Glass uses an OTS-03 short sniper rifle equipped with a scope and silencer.
To unlock specific operators and weapon attachments, you have to spend renown points, which are earned based on individual performance. From our time with Siege, it's fair to say things unlock at a steady pace without ever feeling restrictive or grindy. There are microtransactions to speed things along, and some of the weapon skins are only purchasable with real money, but they never directly interfere with the gameplay. Terrorist Hunt returns from previous Rainbow Six titles and can be played solo or cooperatively. Objectives range from eliminating a set number of enemies to defusing a bomb at an unknown location. Even on the hardest difficulty settings, though, the AI is profoundly dumb. When their allies get shot right next to them, they stand in place as if nothing has happened. The mode can be a nice place to play without as much pressure, but lacks the intensity and strategy of playing against real people. Unfortunately, there is no campaign, and diehard fans of the franchise will undoubtedly be disappointed. In its place are situations, which offer different scenarios to learn the complex mechanics of Siege and to familiarize yourself with some of the operators. There are about 10 situations, which take 3 hours to complete in all, and come with an enjoyable payoff. Rainbow Six Siege may not be the Rainbow game fans remember, but it lays a solid foundation for the future. Matches are full of constant tension and meaningful kills. Its reliance on having a dedicated group might be off-putting for some, but the heavy emphasis on teamwork is a refreshing focus in a world dominated by individual kill-death ratios. When everyone is on the same page, Rainbow Six Siege works brilliantly. There are plenty of games out there that take inspiration from classic games, but not many follow through on delivering a gameplay experience that feels like the genuine article. Caro Blaster, the next game from the team that brought you Cave Story, attempts to rekindle the nostalgia of old-school 2D action side-scrollers. It certainly looks the part with its 8-bit style visuals, sounds, and music, but sometimes appearances can be deceiving. Carol Blaster's premise is an odd one to say the least. You're a bipedal frog who serves as the master of custodial sciences for the CNF Corporation. Your feline boss tasks you with the repair of the company's teleporters, which are being knocked offline by an outbreak of strange black creatures. By using one of the company's last remaining teleporters, you'll travel to several bizarre levels filled with strange menaces and deadly traps. Studio Pixel manages to tap into the essence of some of our favorite 2D action games. It allows us to relive them with a new twist. From start to finish, this is a frantic shooter that will leave you feeling like you've been put through the ringer. It's a rough experience in every sense, but it never feels unfair or too overbearing. And it's truly satisfying when you finally clear level after persevering through all the frustration Carol Blaster hurls at you. As you progress through each stage, you'll eventually unlock new abilities and weapons. The rocket jump adds a second boost to your platforming mechanics, allowing you to hop with a little more confidence. However, this extra jump handles slightly different than your default jump, making some of the segments a bit tricky. There's always some tension in making long jumps across gaps, and this is only amplified when you're under fire. Rocket jumping guarantees a few frustrating mishaps, but it's a nice twist on an established mechanic. Dealing with enemies is as simple as pointing your gun forward or up and blasting them into oblivion. Carol Blaster's various weapons each offer a unique style that is best suited for certain situations, like the flamethrower melting through icy cold environments, but at the same time, you can get creative with their individual mechanics to get by certain situations. They're tools as well as weapons, and it's this flexibility and ingenuity that keeps Carol Blaster from turning into just another side-scrolling shooter. The game also rewards those who persevere through the tough times. Blasting enemies and objects will uncover hidden treasure, and the gold coins you accumulate can be spent on a variety of power-ups, like increasing your max health or enhancing one of your weapons. You keep any coins earned even when you die, so no matter how many times you fail in battle, you're making progress that will increase the chances of survival on the next go-around. It also helps that the game is very generous with its checkpoints. The game progressively grows more challenging, as do the bosses awaiting you at the end of each level. The obstacles and enemies nicely complement each level's unique and outlandish themes, which works perfectly with the game's wacky and nonsensical tone. Certain parts of the game borrow from and reference other well-known games, like a certain underwater segment encountered later on, but it never relies on nostalgia as a crutch. Those unfamiliar with the references will still find a solid shooter lying underneath. Those who never experienced this type of game in the past won't acclimate as quickly as veterans, but it's still an easy to pick up and play game. It just isn't easy to win. There's even a surprise ending and plenty of hidden secrets for those seeking something more than just intense action. Carol Blaster is a nice throwback to the older days of gaming that delivers a short but sweet side-scrolling shooter that hits most of the right notes. Despite obvious similarities to The Witcher, Dragon Age, and Kingdoms of Amalur, Bound by Flame is worth judging on its own merits. Thoughtful side quests, challenging combat, and choices that have a considerable impact on the story combine to create a unique journey, even if it takes players through extremely familiar territory. The tale begins with the option to customize your character, a member of a group called the Freeborn Blades. The 7 Ice Lords have nearly wiped out humanity with their endless army of Deadwalkers, and the Red Scribes, a wise group of scholars, have enlisted your services for protection while they seek an ancient temple to perform a sacred ritual. Things naturally don't go as planned, and a demonic entity ends up residing inside you.
This world is condemned. The cold have invaded its ground.
While the main story arc seems somewhat wrapped in standard fantasy cliché, the demonic presence and a compelling cast of companions keeps things interesting and unpredictable. It's your choice to reject your dark side or to embrace the demon to gain more power at the cost of humanity. People treat you differently if they think you're evil, and you'll grow a wicked pair of horns that keeps you from wearing protective helmets. During the course of the 15-hour campaign, the demon will do everything he can to manipulate you into making wrong decisions for his own personal gain. The consequences are considerable, turning allies against you or causing you to lose party members altogether.
Help me! Someone help me!
Your companions have distinct personalities, but terrible voice acting might keep you from wanting to know them better.
My time is near.
You're not dying here.
If you're willing to give them a shot, however, you'll get the chance to really know them since you adventure with only one of them at a time. The naive daughter of the Red Scribe leader, Sybil, has a thirst for knowledge, so certain quests require taking her out to study foreign creatures and gather ancient texts. Randval is a fierce warrior who longs for his own death on the battlefield, so expect to slay powerful monsters together. Completing these companion-specific side missions never feels like a grind since they're varied and are easy to find and follow through to the end. Each party member really does help out in combat, employing different fighting styles that change the way battles play out.
I just want to get shit-faced and never have to hear your voice again.
The journey through Vertiel will take you to a few varied locales, but they feel limited and artificial. Generic paths and corridors riddle the landscape, and the maps only open up in a few scattered areas. Exploration is almost non-existent, but the emphasis lies in exploring the story, choices, and consequences, not on random houses and caves. When you are given the option early to embrace the demonic power and attack a creature or to retreat and rethink a strategy, the course of the game may alter considerably. Bound by Flame is a tough game, and even on the normal difficulty setting, button mashing is not an option. Careful use of traps and knowing which foes to pick off first is almost completely necessary for your survival. There are 3 available skill sets, and all of them can be used simultaneously with the push of a button. The Warrior excels with large two-handed weapons, the Ranger dual wields daggers and has the ability to sneak up on unsuspecting foes, while the Pyromancer has devastating magical attacks. Furthermore, you can switch between all 3 roles mid-combat, but it's pointless if you decide to invest heavily in 1 or 2 classes. Since the fighter can't dodge and some attacks are unblockable, the system can feel unbalanced depending on how you spend your points. But despite all this, combat is still challenging and engaging on a basic level, and after winning most battles, it feels like an accomplishment.
Can you move?
The crafting system is robust and easy to use. Bound by Flame opts to have about 20 ingredients instead of the hundreds in other RPGs. Everything about the system is streamlined, and you can create health and mana potions, exploding traps, and upgrades for your armor and weapons on the fly. Increasing your damage or chance for critical strikes can vastly improve your odds of success in combat. The ability to recycle mods to regain spent resources alleviates the pressure of committing to a certain weapon, allowing for easier experimentation. This is another way the game makes certain things easy to deal with, so you can enjoy the game on its strong points. Bound by Flame manages to maintain a hardcore action RPG feel while remaining accessible and easy to get through. Combat can be tough, but the difficulty can be turned down at any time in the options menu in case you get stuck at a particularly hard fight. Crafting and quests are simple thanks to an easy-to-navigate map and menus. There's a decent balance between complexity and playability. Bound by Flame is far from perfect, but underneath a few rough edges, a memorable journey awaits, defined by an unpredictable storyline and decisions that have a meaningful impact on the story. Not having just to be pure good or pure evil is interesting. The demon is always there even if you want to do the right thing and be a good guy. Hopefully this is just the first step into the icy world of Vertiel. A word of advice to any foolish mortal about to set foot inside the house of the devil. Watch out, it's a trap. You might get hit by a falling boulder, or fall prey to a swinging axe blade. You might step on a rake that pops up to smack you square in the face. Next thing you know, you're caught up in an elaborate series of contraptions that knock you around the room like some diabolical Rube Goldberg machine. You will know humiliation, you will know pain, and your hopes and dreams will perish with you. In short, the good guys in Deception 4 are completely screwed and can expect a terrible, awful time. Fortunately for the player, you get to play as the not-so-gracious host, who happens to be the Devil's daughter. You'll have a lot more fun than your uninvited guests running from room to room crafting wicked plans and luring adventurers to their grisly demise. Even with a hellish plot and the buckets of blood splashing around, the events taking place might contain more comedy than cruelty. Your advisors are anime-style patron demons of misery, and the interlopers banging down your door often exhibit such daft behavior that they easily become your playthings, plotting toward you with single-minded stupidity like lambs to the slaughter. Certain items like the classic banana peel feel like gags straight out of Looney Tunes, but even a humble fruit can propel your victim toward the next hazard. Pumpkins, in particular, can do wonders. It's something like a living chessboard, and the game can feel a bit clumsy. There's a considerable learning curve stemming from the fact that the way your traps work in 3D space isn't nearly as clean or simple as it looks when you're laying them down on the grid. You often can't tell exactly how a specific component performs without some trial and error, but it can be satisfying to finally work out a tricky design. Timing is also very important since you have to trigger each trap manually, and it can be tough to avoid attackers while also keeping an eye on your trap sequence at the same time. But somehow the basic concept totally works. Devising devilish gauntlets of torture is sadistic fun, and new tools and environments open up enticing possibilities for constructing increasingly complicated ways of killing people off. It also helps that your victims have just enough personality to make you think about what you're doing to them. Apparently it takes all kinds to infiltrate a demon's HQ. When each new character enters, you'll probably want to take a look at their profile to find out how they'll attack you and whether or not they're immune to any particular types of traps. While you're there, you might as well take a quick peek at their short bio. A brief paragraph of text might reveal that person to be bigoted, disgustingly vain, or insufferably self-righteous. Other individuals feel so sad and pathetic you can practically hear the world's smallest violin sighing away in the background. If you don't feel like killing them, some characters will actually try to escape, and even the most determined foes can be softened up and captured in a cage for bonus points. It's also possible to smash the armor of certain opponents, reducing a once mighty knight to just some guy or gal standing around in their underwear. The long and the short of it is that it feels good to be bad. The thrill of abusing and degrading these virtual people and the little twinges of guilt you might feel for enjoying it serve as a wonderful complement to the mental exercise of building a better death trap. Revenge can also be a powerful motivator. The gotcha moment, when you seal the fate of a particularly annoying adversary that's doggedly harassed you and forced you to restart your game, is sweet indeed, and lasts as long as you can keep your devious combo of death in motion. You'll need to play through the story mode to experience everything the game has to offer, but you aren't likely to get through it without suffering a bit yourself. An auto-defense ability functions as an easy mode, and without it, the game can feel brutally tough. Before long, your enemies will come after you with magic spells, teleports, leaps, and projectile attacks that intensify the game's existing faults. It's rewarding to clear a chapter, but the skewed difficulty means that if you want to dish out pain, you have to be willing to take it. It's also demoralizing that while there are several checkpoints within each chapter, you'll have to admit defeat and go all the way back to the beginning if you want to swap out ineffective traps or swap out one ability for another. One really smart decision keeps this from really wrecking Deception's playability. The game gives you ample opportunity to play around with people's lives, of course. In addition to missions and the opportunity to create and download quest scenarios that are shared with players online, there's a free battle option. You pick out an arena of anguish, toss in a victim or two, and select your implements of punishment. Whatever happens after that won't leave the room. Remember when first-person shooters had color-coded doors with corresponding keys, rocket jumping, and secret rooms? Interceptor Entertainment sure does. The original Rise of the Triad was loved for its ludicrous gore, ridiculous power-ups, and over-the-top weaponry. Interceptor's reboot retains the original's charm, but this modern-day interpretation also suffers from some poor design and technical problems. Rise of the Triad makes no attempt to have a story beyond blow things up, and it's better for it. After watching a short comic intro, you're almost immediately killing with dual pistols and watching everything around you explode. The sheer speed of Rise of the Triad may initially catch you off guard. Unlike many contemporary shooters, you won't be hiding behind chest-high walls or finding yourself restricted to an arbitrary combat zone. Rise of the Triad encourages you to hold down the fire button as much as possible.
Don't shoot!
This sort of reckless abandon is hampered by odd decisions. The game features an in-level checkpoint system over manual saves. They're spaced far apart, making many sections more frustrating than they need to be. Also, for some reason, some designer thought precision platforming in a first-person shooter was a good idea, where one misstep means death. And with the checkpoint system, you'll clear one difficult jump only to fail the next, resulting in an annoying do-over. In a game where most of your arsenal blows enemies into tiny bloody bits, fussing over landing on a small ledge seems like it's missing the point. There's more holding Triad back than jumps and saves. Occasionally, you'll get stuck in level geometry, your weapon will refuse to fire, or may just disappear entirely. It's one thing to have to restart at a checkpoint because of a legitimate death, but repeatedly having to restart because of a bug is enough to make you quit. Because you don't have to deal with awful checkpoints, multiplayer is Rise of Triad's better half. Since you respawn in only a few seconds, messing around with weapons is much, much more enjoyable. Between a demonic bat that fires flaming green baseballs and a missile launcher which blasts rapid-fire rockets like a machine gun, multiplayer is wonderfully stupid. Instead of worrying about kill-to-death ratios or unlocking the next perk, Rise of the Triad seems more concerned with fitting as many explosions on the screen as possible. It doesn't necessarily make for a mode that you'll want to spend a lot of time with, but it's a good reminder that multiplayer doesn't have to be so serious.
Oh, man!
Rise of the Triad has its heart in the right place. How often does a game give you 6 different rocket launchers? But goofiness doesn't remedy the multitude of bugs. Hopefully Interceptor will address these issues, but right now, Rise of the Triad is less of a triumphant comeback and more of a fun diversion.
Okay, cool, totally normal.